What's up, everybody? Yeah, it looks like I came on right for the servers to be down. Nice. Wanted to play just another half an hour before bed. I feel that tour. Yeah, I'm actually not feeling well today. I left work an hour early. I might be not streaming that long today. We'll see. Thanks, Gab, for the follow. Appreciate it. I'm sick. I thought I was going to get another campaign run in before fly out tomorrow for work. I hear you, Supreme. Yeah, my stomach's been all messed up since yesterday. I actually just took I just took some milk of magnesia, so I might be running away from the stream for a little bit. We'll see. I appreciate it, Tor. I'm pretty sure in a few hours I'll feel just fine. Let's gotta wait for the medicine to kick in. Abnormal disconnection. I think it's just down for 15 minutes for maintenance, so we'll see. I guess while this is going on, I can do a little bit of POB stuff on stream here. So I've been just making some slight tweaks to the build. I cleaned up the notes a little bit. Added some stuff that people were asking about. People noted some inconsistencies with some of the gems and stuff, so I've been trying to fix that. The other thing I want to do is, I don't know why. Thanks, Cad, for the follow. I guess this was like an oversight on my part. I think I made the level 90 tree, and I made this heavy belt, and then I just kept carrying a heavy belt over. But I think, honestly, Stygian is far better. Obviously. That frees up a jewel slot. Thanks, Pox, for the follow. Yeah, so I think I'm just going to slap on a Stygian here. Makes sense. Did you have an early Atlas tree to start on SSF? Yeah, so in my notes section on the POB, I have some links. I'll update these once the Atlas tree is out for 3.27. But basically, SSF Atlas trees. This is my recommendation for your first tree for map generation. And then I recommend doing a destructive play tree afterwards so you can get your last 2 void stones. And then I give an example that you can use for your third tree, for instance, if you want to do like Blight. I'll be updating all this though for 3.27, but right now these are the 3.26 recommendations for trees. Thanks, Dig, for the sub. How are we found about the Bloodline Ascendancy? Any possible work for Cyclone? I think there's a few contenders, but until I can test it out, I don't want to like mislead anybody and be like, oh, you got to do this. The Schizophrenia one looks interesting from Delirium because it makes us only be able to use cluster jewels on the tree, but I'm pretty sure we can socket regular jewels inside of the cluster jewels. So we could run like cluster jewel setups and then move our flame flesh and stuff into that. And that basically, by running Schizophrenia, we get like a free Progenesis, so we don't have to actually spend, you know, 50 or 60 Divine on the flask. So that's an option, and I would probably drop Impact for it. Another option is like maybe something from the Feral Bloodline, like using the Tigers or something to scale, create an attack speed or something like that. But I gotta play around with stuff and see how I feel. In the clone dash skill. Yeah, so there's that clone skill that you like dash backwards, it plants a clone, you take less damage, and then enemies take more damage. So that could be interesting too for like, I think specifically for bossing that could be interesting. I will say that I would probably take the Schizophrenia over that because a free Progenesis is pretty good. But I would probably say that's like for bossing if I was going to use it, whereas I would maybe take the Tigers from Ferals just if I was mapping for a while. Do I think jewels in the clusters will work? I don't know. That's like one of the things we have to test, right? So I don't think there's been any confirmation from GGG or anything about that, so that's just something we have to like, you know, see what happens. I'm doing good, Bob. How are you? Thanks, Ark, for the follow. So far, so good. Yeah. I think something I'll do before League is I want to make like a level 80 tree, I think. That's like a really early crit conversion tree. And then I'm just going to rename these to just level 90, 95, and PR. I think like people in 3.26 are waiting way too long to swap to crit. And we're keeping Resolute Technique way too long. And should really be dropping Resolute Technique. Honestly, right here, I would probably respec this tree and have people go crit at this point. How much of a DPS difference is between Slayer and Champion? Slayer does more damage than Champion, but Champion's tankier, so. Just want to say I really liked your video showcasing the Cyclone. I'm split between your build and Peaconk and Demamba. Yeah, Peaconk and Demamba is probably better overall, but I I like spin to win, so yeah, I feel like recommending the crit swap sometime in the 70s makes more sense than telegraphing it in the 90s here. So I'll probably, I gotta add a whole other loadout to the POB, and then rename these. Thanks Alba for the sub. Which is better to do besides Blight compared to the others? Thanks Zero for the follow. What do you mean? What do you mean, Bob? What's better to do besides Blight compared to the others? Compared to what other like league mechanics you can spec into? Oh, I think you're talking about the SSF tree. Typically, I recommend Blight first because you're gonna want like oils for annoyance. But then after that, it really depends on what you need to farm in SSF, right? Like it might be worthwhile. I think on my Blight tree, I have essences there, so you can farm those for weapon crafting. But for instance, you might want to like run ritual because you're looking for, you know, omens to help you with 6 links, or, you know, do bossing or things like that. So it just depends what you need in SSF will dictate like what you want to farm. Yeah, when you make the swap to crit, like eventually it's far more better to just make the swap and start putting points into the tree for it. I've been doing the swap about 75-ish, haven't tried it earlier, probably should though because you can definitely feel it. Yeah, I think I'm gonna just swap this 77 tree over to crit. I'll drop Resolute Technique and respec it a little bit, pick up this accuracy cluster here, and then I'll just rename these other POBs accordingly. I have to rename a lot of stuff, so I'm going to just do that later off stream. But I wanted to squeeze the Stygian Vice in here before I forget, since we have downtime right now with the servers. Well, that's what I was saying. It makes sense to swap to crit around the time you pick up impact, which is going to be like right before you go to maps. Like basically right when you get into maps, you should be making the swap to crit, is how I feel. I think when you're leveling, it's worth getting Resolute Technique. It just kind of like getting Resolute Technique while you're leveling in the campaign means you don't have to put points into crit on the tree, and you can focus more on life, and you can focus more on, you know, picking up your block nodes in advance, your staff nodes and stuff, getting your leech and stuff like that. I think there's more value in getting those points on the tree first, and then segueing over to crit like right around when you're going to go do maps. So basically, like on the 77 tree, if I was to change that, I would probably drop this and this and take this accuracy cluster here. What's our hit chance at 97%? We drop poachers at this point and run an assassin's mark. If you like playing Sunder, sure, but you're going to be playing Sunder well into maps if you do that. That's not really the build. The build is to play Cyclone. And a lot of my a lot of my tree pathing, once you get through the campaign, like halfway through the campaign, is designed around you're using Cyclone. What's up, Zio? How's it going? Thanks, Krazy, for the sub. Yeah, so, and then I think we would run precision here, so... Precision at what point? I tend to use it for from the every start for the accuracy. Basically, I'm adding precision, so I'm changing it around, saying this is the swap to crit. So I drop resolute technique on the 77 tree. I spec into Eagle Eye for the accuracy, and then I'm adding precision. So basically, whenever you swap to crits, when you want to start running precision. When you stop gambling for a weapon around 400 DPS, yeah, I really haven't gotten anything good from Fossis higher than that, so I think that's pretty good. Do I think this build would fit for hardcore? I played this build on hardcore and got in well into mapping. So yeah, it's definitely doable. I just don't live long on hardcore no matter what I play, so. Typically a Stampede will sell for like a Divine on day 1, and it will probably go up to like 2 Divine on day 2. So it just depends, I guess, on how lucky your drops are, but you do want to try to grab Tumult as soon as possible, and Stampede. Like, Stampede is an investment you want to make pretty quick on the build. What's up, Vintage? Thanks for the follow. I see last league I changed things around before going crit swap. What does accuracy? Just doing the accuracy PTR. Gotcha. Swap to Twitch instead of YouTube. Got you, Letmus. Or Letums. Isn't Cyclone like the only build using Stampede? As far as I know, I think maybe there's other niche stuff that does. Stampede isn't a super rare unique, but it's also not incredibly common. So they're typically like 1 to 2 Divine the first weekend of a league launch. So basically you just got to get lucky with a drop during the campaign, or you know, you want to convert some chaos as soon as possible and get the boots. Cyclone is probably going to be more popular this league because it got buffed yet again, and there's also a lot of recommendations by streamers to play Cyclone, so the potential for the boots to be a little bit more expensive is there, so just keep that in mind. There's going to probably be a little bit more people playing Cyclone on league start. They might be doing different versions of Cyclone, but that's it, yeah. So yeah, we're gonna make the swap to crit around 77 now. Thanks, Letums, for the follow. Thanks, Fool, for the follow. No Mercs, no more 350 million Cyclone, yeah. Do you like any bloodline for Cyclone? There's a few that stand out, but honestly, I gotta test them on League launch, so... Can I use Earth Shatter instead of Sunder? You can. You can use whatever you want. You basically can use whatever skills you want to use to level, but I still recommend making the swap to Cyclone and General's Cry in Act 3. Oh. I think they pushed the update, so let me see if I have it on Steam yet. Get something from the element immunity or no crits. First try in Cyclone, the POB is amazing. Thanks. Yeah. Wow. Thank you for the Prime, that's huge. Thank you, ZX. The other thing I wanted to tweak was my cast when damage taken setup. We're actually going to set this at 3 and 5. Oh wow. Thanks, Hector. For the 2 months. Thank you, thank you. I started an SSF run with the build yesterday, made it to yellow maps in 11 hours, wasn't expecting the build to perform so well. Hey, thanks, John. Yeah, it's solid. I keep telling people it's a really solid league starter. I think up until 93.5 is good. I think once we get to 95, probably want to up our cast when damage to like 5.7. I'll go with that for right now. And then also, because we've gone crit on this tree, we're going to drop that, and we're going to spec the points. We're going to put those points up here. This will give us our endurance charges on crit and gives us a bunch more crit scaling. What else do I want to do here? Yeah, we don't need this point. Actually don't need those 2 points either. So we can pick up the extra life node here. Cover life there. Executioner. I've been doing this on SSF just to help out because I've been playing Cyclone all the way through, like, you know, T16s. Typically with Cyclone of Tumult, I'm happy with the AoE and I don't pick these up. I think it's far more benefit. I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna recommend Executioner. Like, it's decent damage, but I prefer to have these points here, and then by the time you get to 90, you're using Cyclone of Tumult. And while the extra AoE here is nice, there's just far more beneficial stuff for those 4 points on the tree. Thanks, Mano, for the follow. But on SSF, I've been taking this because I'm not going Tumult, obviously, so it's just some extra damage and extra AoE. Trying to see if I'm missing anything that doesn't make sense since we swapped this over to crit. So gonna do that. Thanks, Koru, for the follow. Looks like we can log into servers. In the POB link down here, it still says 3.26 and knows, is the link wrong? Nah, the link is good. I just haven't updated the 3.26. You're saying in the notes section it says 3.26? I don't even know where that is in here. I'm assuming maybe the links that you're looking at for the Atlas trees says 3.26. I don't think these have been updated yet for... Yeah, there's no 3.27 tree yet for the Atlas trees. Yeah, I don't know. The POB doesn't have a 3.27 either, so if that's concerning you, that's because the devs for POB haven't pushed out a 3.27. What else do I want to do here? Anyway, I can buy you a coffee. I love coffee. Not going to get that till a few days into the patch. Yeah, I think not everything's public, so it would make sense to update PUB at this point. Yeah, I think off stream I'm going to. I have a donate link on my Twitch page if you're so inclined. I don't normally ask for it, but thank you. So I think this is good for now. And I'm actually gonna probably, well, I guess we could rename the trees real quick. Kinda doesn't make sense now. Yeah, no problem. So what we want to do is change this to and crit swap. Now that should say that. Okay. Then we're going to change this to just level 90. Call this level 90. Hello, Sana. What do you think will be the best farming strat for this build? I mean, I'm going to do Blight Ritual. I think Ritual is really great with Cyclone. Small little area. Blights, you can do like on any build. Blight farming, like for Blight maps and Blight Ravaged. And so, I think I'm personally looking at Blight and Ritual, as well as obviously the new Breach mechanic. But Expedition's really good. Harvest is really good on this build. And, you know, the juice from Harvest sells throughout the entire league, so it's just consistent money. Like if you want like a great way to make consistent currency to fund the build, just play Harvest. It's great at that. Alright, and then we'll change 95 to 95. Oh, Harbies are also really good too. Yeah, Zeal. Like you go right side of the tree and do like Harbies and Harvest and Expedition. Make a ton of money. I said I'm doing Harvest, Ritual, Cyclone. I need to stop fighting my instincts. I mean, Ritual is so good on this build. Any significant changes to the 3.26 starter? Now, the build is largely the same. I am updating the POB right now just to kind of hopefully telegraph to players that they should be swapping to crit a lot earlier instead of waiting till the 90s. But the build itself is largely the same. I'm going to test some of the new stuff during the league, like Ascendancies and support gems and stuff. But I don't want to make recommendations not having tested stuff and lead players astray, so... And then we'll call the level 95 one the PDR tree. Okay, that should be better. Did like 500 maps in 500 maps of regular Harpies? Just beyond Delhi Harpy? Yeah, I guess like once the build is strong enough, yeah, you just do Delhi. Playing around POB and Ashes seems to be really good with basic Cyclone, especially if you're going Mage Blood Quicksilver. For sure. Hoping for better RNG crafting the staff this league. Yeah, I'm hoping the tree lets us pump out some better staffs. Alright, let's see here. See, I think this is a lot better. I think this is like telling people, okay, swap to crit at 77, and then you're just going crit from there on. I think that's a lot cleaner. Wow, thanks Goro for the sub. That's awesome. I hate Expedition. Also don't know how to do Betrayal. Betrayal is like super not intuitive. We gotta fix boots. So what am I doing here? I got Blood Rage and Leap Slam with faster attacks and Life Tap. Guess we have the mana. We don't need Life Tap. So we can drop this and then just put Blood Rage in here. Do we even need this? We do need this if we want to be zeroed out. Okay. Alright, so I think that fixed up a lot of the early trees, so I'm pretty happy with that. Or later trees, I should say. I think that's a lot cleaner. Alright, so we fixed that. Fixed some other stuff. Notes section. So I think I'm going to add a section in the notes real quick about ascendancies. Thanks Daniel and Tim for the subs. So any other frequently asked questions you guys can think of that would be useful in the notes section? So I have why not champion as league start? Why do we use staves? Is stampede necessary? When to swap to crit? I feel like this one should be further further up. This is like most common question. We have why not champ, when to swap to crit, why stave, stampede, what about star collar? Is any other like frequently asked questions you guys think would be useful in the notes section? This is generally like the common questions I get. These two in particular, as well as Stampede. Do I think it's hardcore viable? I played it on hardcore SSF actually. So yeah, I think it's viable. Yeah, I feel like the star crawler is probably not necessary in there. I don't really get questions about that too often anymore because it's not like, you know, the latest hotness. Maybe about handling mana. I think a few have come into chat and could also mention Arrogance Gem. Yeah, that's fair. I'll probably put that after crit because that is something that comes up. How do we handle mana? Let me do this from the perspective of like 77. We handle mana by specking into Spirit of War and Cannibalistic Rider on the skill tree, as well as crafting Giant Skulls, blah blah blah. Total mana cost. Okay. How do we handle mana? How do we become stun immune? Why do we use staves? Is Stampede necessary? Leveling section. I don't want to make it too complicated for new players. I think that's pretty good. Is it worth taking any of the new ascendancies? I don't know yet. I'm not making recommendations until I test stuff out on League launch. Okay, so what I think I think this is fine for now. All this has been renamed. So let me go ahead and update some stuff real quick for this. Alright. Now if you guys do the new POB command, you'll have the new POB will be available with these changes. You know what? I don't like, I did the thing where it like shares it with the assassin's mark, not with the Sub-Zeal. I found some dude who legit copycatted your build and changed things around for worse. Yeah, I mean, I guess that happens, right? I can't be too surprised by that. Thanks, Keith and Joshua, for the subs. Thanks, Dom, for the follow. If the items he had in the PvP were 1-1 what you had in it down to the stat lines, that's crazy. I guess I shouldn't be surprised, right? That that happens. I'm just going to throw this out to you guys, because I just revised it again, so it has the right skill gem selected. But the POB updates for Nightbot are also updated. That to be that Lethal Pride Seed. It's going to be overpriced because it's in the POB. It doesn't Supreme. I'm going to do a video on how to, like, I'll do this sometime after the League launch, on how to, like, take a look at different Lethal Pride Seeds in POB, because, like, there's others that are maybe 2% less damage or 3% less damage. It doesn't have to be that one. I guess I could change the name of that to something else. That's a good call. Oh, you mean like create a tree for the mule. I think for the average player, they don't need to worry about making a mule. I think that's something that, like, if you're just trying to go through the campaign efficiently, because it saves you, it gives you a few extra resources for like 2 minutes. But I think the average player, that doesn't matter at all. Like the average, like a new player, like a brand new player to PoE, they might not even get through the campaign for like 3 days. But I see what you mean. Yeah, let me swap back to PoB real quick. We could fix that actually. They do save you time, yeah. But I think, like, looking at it from the perspective of a new player, does that really matter to them? You know, like, yeah. Let's go ahead and change the name of this. Why does it have to be 17,310? Because that's just a seed number. Basically, lethal pride, like the timeless jewels, can have different values on them, and depending on the value, it actually changes what it does to passive skills on the tree. So that specific lethal pride roll gives you the really high DPS when you slot it into your tree because of how it changes the passive skills that are in its radius. Keep in mind that the chance of you finding one with the exact same number is nearly impossible. You have to POB. Yeah, basically you POB it out. Thanks, Nil, and keep moving for the follows. Thanks, Christian, for the sub. How much jewels suck? Yeah, they're pretty crappy. Alright, so POBs have been updated on YouTube descriptions, or updated on Nightbot. Light of Meaning is also fine. It's just typically can be more expensive depending on the jewel, the timeless jewel that you sub in instead. Alright guys, I'll be right back in just a minute, and then we're gonna get started with some mapping. Synovix, you have a megalomaniac that's like insane in POB. Yeah, I know. That's why it's in the in-game tree and not in any of the others. Alright. Yeah, a lot of stuff in that in-game tree is expensive stuff, you know? Alright, so I was doing some Blight stuff earlier, and then I was doing some destructive play, because I was farming up a bunch of boss maps so I can get my frags. I think we'll do this for a little bit. I've been running silo with destructive play, because you can cheese having her actually witness this thing. My SSF character I started today hasn't migrated over because I'm an idiot and made it in a Merc League. Oh, is that what the maintenance was today? Did they finally shut down mercenaries? Everything's standard? I'm kind of afraid to look at my dash tab if that's the case. You're done doing the port over? Gotcha. Yeah, my standard stash is going to be crazy looking. Oh, do I not have Maven? Oh, I didn't have Maven toggled on. Rip. We're not going to have the extra bosses. That needs to be like that. This is kind of crazy. We'll run this though. How are you playing? Is this a rerun? I made a private league, so this is Keepers of the Flame SSF Test 2. So I'm leveling a test character in SSF. This is day 4. So I started this character on Friday, and the idea is just to show people like what a fresh character looks like on league start without any trade or something. So I'm, SSF league. So this is about 3 to 4 days of gameplay, or time sunk into a new character in SSF. You switch to the Transfigured Earth Shadow Gem ASAP. On trade, yeah. On trade, I would pick it up right away. On SSF, I just haven't been bothered to go run labs yet to try to get it. But on trade, I would like, you know, trade for it as soon as I could. I prefer the AoE and the extra damage that comes from the alt ground slam. The damage is pretty much the same as Sunder, but it's really like slightly more. It's really the AoE clear that I like with that gem. Stand and stuff. You guys are like giga juiced and possessed right now, so it's gonna be interesting. Got enraged Roa, it looks like. I'm gonna do this because I'm like super afraid of that Roa killing me. Alright. Thanks, Dig, for the follow. Thing is, the Megalo doesn't even appear on standard, even if I'm an Overlord Marshal. Yeah, it's ideal. I might put that in the notes section. What you mainly want is a Megalomaniac that has Overlord, and then if you can get the other stuff, that would be ideal. What you're mostly looking for there is Overlord. Tumult has better AoE and damage. You can scale your character a lot faster with regular Cyclone, but you're gonna have better AoE and damage from Tumult. How does gem leveling work with cast wind damage and molten shell? I could not figure that out last league. I just changed that in my POB to be accurate. But you want to use like a pretty low level setup for your cast wind damage taken in molten shell, and then maybe go up to like 5, 7 when you're like, you know, your high 90s, high HP. Because you want it to proc pretty frequently. Any advices on how to improve armor when we reach 90s? I always struggle with Minotaur meteors and things like that. Should I focus on a better 6-link base? Yeah, you want the best 6-link base you can get. Like you can see right now, this armor is not amazing. It's like 2600, but it has that 7% additional Fizz Dam roll on there. It has high life. Maybe I'll craft something better on this SSF character before, you know, the end of Thursday this week. But I don't know. My goal right now is to work on a 6-link chest, and then try to upgrade my weapon on the side. Yeah, I mean, the new level all buttons is going to be on the top, so you don't have to use it. Like, you can level your other gems independently, and then do the level all once you've taken care of that. We need a tattoo. Speaking of which, I have a boat that actually came back. I should go check real quick. That is a Sunder MTX. It's the blue Sunder, and it's fantastic. Hegemony's is dirt cheap. Yeah, it's a really good entry weapon. You think any of the bloodlines make sense for the build now that you've had time to think about them? There's like 2 or 3 that seem interesting to me, but I don't want to make recommendations until I try them out. The Schizophrenia one looks pretty good, like the Free Progenesis. As well as maybe the Tigers from Ferals. Those are the two that I kind of stand out to me right now.
Interesting stuff. Local.
Yeah, they haven't revealed all the bloodline stuff yet, so.
Hail. Local.
Yes, yes.
Alright, back to apps.
A worthy opponent.
I just stood in that. I mentioned it earlier. I'm not feeling well today, guys, so there's a chance that during the stream I might have to step away for a little bit. So, in case anyone wonders if I swap to be right back, might have to step away for a little bit. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Time to up the stakes. Time bends to my will.
Have you tried other slams with the GC? Just Sunder and Ground Slam, because those are like the pure Fizz DPS ones. I know there's others that are like LE damage. Those are the two I've tried. Right now just 2 stones. I'm farming up boss like frag maps so I can get the other 2 stones. It's a downside to SSF, right? Is you have to farm the maps for the frags. You can't just buy them on trade. I have a decent mount so far though. I have like 25 plus, I think. The White Dome explosion effect is the Shockwave MTX. So right here, a polygon shockwave effect that makes your shockwave visible. Super cool. And the giant blue spikes of death is the Sunder MTX. Yeah, so I'm just doing destructive play right now to try to get as many boss maps as possible. Doing like a silo thing. Is it correct that in the POB the early level has no gear recommendations? Yeah, I don't do full gear loadouts for like the first couple trees because you're just gonna like whatever you get, right? You're just looking for life and resistances. It's not until like the 70s that I start recommending like bases and give people a general idea. I really like the progress. I'm sure in trade you would have been much faster now with the new trade flying forward. How juiced are your maps now? Not really. I'm just doing Alk and Go with destructive play, right? To try to generate the boss maps. But I've done like pretty much as many maps as I can. I'm at like 107 out of 115. I've witnessed everything outside of like Cyrus, outside of the bosses basically, right? So I have to do all the bosses now. Yeah, part of it too is like I didn't play at all today because I was working all day. So I would have logged on this morning and done a lot of this like 10 hours ago. So, but I've got like 25-ish boss maps right now. And I have a couple frags. So I'm just like getting stuff together. I know people are far more quicker too at getting their void stones. I'm kind of slow, you know, so it is what it is. It'll be interesting to see what percentage of Cyclonators play without General's Cry versus with. Yeah, I mean, honestly, so I played my Cyclone Shockwave in 3.25. I added General's Cry in 3.26 after Jung did the Phoresia tech. And it's far better with General's Cry. I think that's pretty obvious. General's Cry really gives you that extra level of damage, especially when you're trying to do bosses. I think it's 9 out of 10, Mark. I'm not quite sure, but I think it's 9 out of 10, if I remember correctly. Not slow, working man, respect, yeah. I'm actually not feeling well today. I left work an hour early. I just took some medicine, and I might have to step away from stream when the medicine kicks in, so at least for a little bit. But we'll see how it goes. I can feel the medicine working, I think. What do I do for work? I'm an engineer. I design, build and design like the simulation platforms that pilots in the Air Force use for training, like on F-35 and 16 and stuff like that. I really like this shrine that does all the pops. Yeah, something I've been considering for Breach is maybe like, yeah, it's a pretty cool career field. You're a science teacher? That's dope too. Science was one of my favorite classes when I was in K through 12. One of the things I've been considering is maybe just not going Cyclone of Tumult and doing like an explodey chest. Could be a lot of fun. But we could also get the flask and run the explodey flask too. If only we had pops. That's what I'm thinking. Like maybe it's a lot less damage, but like if you're mapping, you don't care about the damage anyways, like you do on Ubers or whatever. So maybe you just go regular Cyclone with speedy boots, Mage Blood with Quicksilver, and we do like an explodey chest. And we make like a super fast mapper version of the build. And it would be like really nice for Breach. Like the damage from Cyclone of Tumult and Stampede is really good early on. And then maybe like once we get the money to get really good Tailwind boots, a Mage Blood, all that kind of stuff, we craft our explodey chest. We do something like that. There is the flask too, yeah. We could run the flask. I might honestly it'd be easier just to try running the flask, I think. And doing all that other stuff. Fire Chieftain Cyclone, yeah. Cultist Cyclone. 102, 150 divines. How much does that flask go for? Or Raf's End? You go for the chest with mana cost and increased base crit chance. I do, Luca. We go for mana cost, stun immunity, increased base crit chance, and apply curse. Never had it. I've never used the flask myself. So do you just teach general science, or are you like specialized? Is it like K through 12, or do you do something at the college level? Oh, it's pretty cheap flask, huh? I teach freshmen in high school. Godspeed. Godspeed. Must be a far more patient person than I am. Dude, I don't understand the 6-7 shit. Like, I get it, it's a meme from a song or something, right? But like, this shit is so stupid. It's so stupid. I mean, my generation liked stupid shit when we were in school too, but it's just like, I don't know. The reason I like Silo is when you get to the boss, he phases. So Maven spawns in all the other bosses. You can farm them for the map drops. And then by not completing the map and killing the boss and rerunning it, you don't get credit from Maven. So you can cheese it and keep running it over and over. Without like, yeah, so it's a nice layout. It's super straight. It's good for Cyclone. And then also it's a really good destructive play strat. Yeah. Deal's got you covered. Yeah, we're 69 and 420, but at least that shit had meaning. For real, dude. 420. Yeah, it's a pretty good strat for destructive play. Especially on SSF where you're trying to get your maps quickly so you can go do your frag stuff. And also, you know, it's a really good map for Cyclone, right? Because your Cyclone covers most of the spawnable area. How's the build looking? It's looking pretty good, down. Looking pretty good. I think a Ellie Inquisitor Cyclone would be pretty interesting, actually. You see all the bosses summon in here, and then you just kind of hopefully don't die to the chaos from the one boss, because we have low chaos resist still. And see, they drop nice little boss frag maps like that. The row is chunky. Chunky boy. And then once all the bosses that spawned are killed, you just exit the map. Do it again. The General Crytek is good shit. Yeah, Jung was dope coming up with that. We definitely appreciate that addition to the build. Could do a Bloodline Ascent with it. How is your end budget looking for you? The end game budget is pretty high on this build. So, like, I like to tell people it's a fantastic league starter, and it's really good at doing all kinds of stuff. And you can do almost everything, not everything, but almost everything in the game. But to get to the high end, you got to put quite a bit of investment in the build. So, like, several hundred divines of investment. Not cheap. But it is doable. I did it in 3.26, and I streamed it, so... Since there's like 3 big nodes, everything else is terrible. Yeah. Get more... Yeah, like the problem with like the new Bloodline Ascendancies and Slayer is Slayer offers like almost... It's like the perfect kit for playing Cyclone. So it's kind of like... Feel really bad giving up even 2 points because it's like everything that we pick up on Slayer is great, you know? So it's a little rough. The Chaos. Is that lightning damage? Is that lightning rare? Guy is chunky. What can't we do? I don't think this build would be good at really deep delves. So like anything that's like super deep, it's just not designed for that. I mean, I did all the Uber bosses, I did T17s, so it can do mostly everything. I'd say, probably just deep delve is really the only thing I haven't tested. When I say it can do everything, like it can kill the Uber Pinnacle bosses, but it's not going to be the best at doing it. But you can get the build to a point where it's like pretty comfortable, ish. But it's obviously not going to be like kill the Uber boss in 3 seconds or something ridiculous. You're still going to have to like do the mechanics of the fight and stuff. Fully MTX, yeah. Yeah, we're going hard on the MTX right now. Simulacrum, hard blight. Hard blight is not a problem. 100% deli can be a little bit iffy. Simulacrum is fine. Hard blight is fine. Juice T16.5s is fine. Juice T17s and 100% deli you can do, but it's going to still feel kind of like not the best thing in the world. But it's doable. I would probably say if you want to focus on just like doing Uber Pinnacle bosses or really juiced T17s, you'll probably want to swap to like whatever the meta is going to be in 3.27, if that's what your focus is going to be. Said I forgot to finish last step of the Curex Vault in PoE 1. Thought I had it tonight. Oh, rip. Also found your streaming 2 days ago. Played with this build a bit so far. A ton of fun. Glad you're enjoying it. Now, something I'm considering is transitioning the build into a champion when I'm ready to do like Uber bosses and scaling the fortification tech with the new champion ascendancy stuff with the expensive uniques. So I might try to like when I get all my other stuff squared away, I might still run a staff and go block, but I'm thinking about going champion and seeing how much tankier it's going to be. We can't run monsters can't be leeched from, and I also like to avoid players can't regen life or mana. Those are the 2 most annoying ones. We'll do one of these 16.5s here, I guess. This is kind of interesting. More maps, more scarabs, quality 20%. So, obviously not a juice T16.5. I don't have any scarabs right now. We don't have like an atlas tree set up for it, but this is my first 16.5 on this character. So shitty SSF character, we'll try this out. What is this? Oh, okay, double stuff, got it. Thanks for the sub. This first game might be a little challenging. Looks chill and comfy. Yeah, I mean, this is like not even 6 links with shit gear. Not even optimized. Gem's not really set up right in terms of quality and levels and all that. This could be kind of scary though. The Versium mobs are a little dangerous on regular T16s right now, so we'll see how this goes. Sketch. Very sketch. Mostly because I don't have good chaos resistance right now, so I'm really worried about my chaos resistance in particular. Yeah. Versium mobs are dangerous. Alright. I think the build will be okay delving to like probably anywhere from 350 to 500, and then I don't know how well it'll do after that. I've never tested it. See what destructive play is like on a T6.5. You can even like row a boss every time I do this. $300 is a sweet spot. Yeah, don't quote me on that, Furry. I've never tested it. I would imagine it can get to 300 just fine with the right investment and stuff, but like I don't think you're gonna get to delve 300 on day 3 with like the kind of gear I have. But I mean maybe. I don't know. I've never tried. Actually, if everything's on standard now, I could go to my character from 3.26. Oh, there's still a Mercenaries League. Oh, and okay, they're not playable right now. Well, rip. I was gonna test it out, but did you restart your PoE launcher as I had to update it before I could log in? Are you saying that you can actually access your Merc characters on standard right now, Letums? I had to restart my Steam in order to be able to log in, but yeah, if I can access my Merc character on standard, we could try to run a delve real quick, because I'm pretty sure I'm almost certain I have 300 unlocked on standard. Although I don't know if things have changed since they've done so many changes to standard. Still unplayable? Okay, yeah. Yeah, I'll be streaming the rest of the week, so once they unlock, I'll test it out if you're around. I'd be curious to see. Ooh, are those what I think those are? Is that an Asenath? Poison build, let's go. Not poison build. I guess you could use those for poison build. I used to run those on my Animate Guardian when I played minions for the free pops. Just watched 2 videos about this build. I'll definitely test it. I have 105 hours in PoE and I think a new one will appear when I'm okay. They killed the Azurite farm. Do you still feel like it'll be profitable? Oh, they killed the passive Azurite farm, so that's why you're saying it'll be profitable. I still kind of don't know what I want to do on League launch. Like I have some ideas, but I probably won't decide on something until right before. What? I died to chaos shit. You think a ward variant of this build with the refresh bloodline could be... I have no idea. I haven't even considered trying to build this character as ward. Could be Del viable. Yeah, I'm not sure. When it comes to like what is viable with this build on Delve and what you want to do, I have no idea. I've never played Delve on this character, so I'm pretty sure it can get to 300 pretty easy. But I don't know, like I don't know what you would have to change on the build if you want to push harder than that. Thanks, Leo, for the sub and raise. General Ward variant with the refresh bloodline. I'm not sure, Brown. To be completely honest with you, I've never played Ward in PoE. Like, I'm not sure how you build it. I'm not sure how you refresh it. So I don't want to speak out of turn on that, you know. %reduced extra damage from crits with 57% max life as ES. Yikes. I currently don't have a Bloodline Ascendancy in mind. Nothing really stood out to me as like super OP. Like, oh, we have to do this. I don't know. Do you think it's? You guys think this build is beginner trap? I mean, considering I'm playing SSF right now and I'm on T16s farming boss frags, I don't know. 2 days played. Don't even have a 6-link yet. Cyclone's a lot of fun. Like, spin to win. Debating between Ballistas and Cyclone. You got to play whatever you're gonna have the most fun playing, right? That's how the game works. Do what you feel you're gonna have the most fun doing. So that was doing that boss with 45% reduced extra damage from crits, as well as 57% life as ES. So let's see what it feels like when we don't roll any of those tanky fucking mods. Tried to start with this build, it was kind of hard. As long as you follow the guide and you have, like, I don't know, if you follow the guide, I don't think it should be that hard. You have other Cyclone MTX you can demo. I want to buy one, but there's no trial option, which there was. Yeah, I can demo off some other ones. Might have to restart my game real quick, though. Oh, this might be crashing. Or my character's unaccessible right now. Is anybody else having issues trying to access their character in game? Yeah, if I can get back in game, I'll show off some of the Cyclone MTX. I think my character is lost in limbo. I don't know, I can't log into my character. Do I have a campaign run to show on this build? Yeah, on my live streams on YouTube, I actually did a campaign run on this character a couple days ago on Friday. I have like the live stream VOD you can go back and watch. Thanks, Break, for the follow. Yeah, I don't know. My character just doesn't want to log in. Maybe I need to log into something else. You guys want to see my super crazy RF character? Since I'm waiting to get into my... I made this guy several leagues ago. This was my take on RF using... I'm a really big fan of weird skills. Oh, I can't log in. I guess something's going on GGG's side. Let's check the Discord for PoE. Yeah, I can't log in right now. Well. Yeah, other people are chatting about it, it looks like. Okay, well, I'm gonna take a break for... I'm gonna take a break for just a couple minutes, and then I'll try logging back in on my character. Grab a drink. I'll be right back, guys. Hey guys, I'm actually going to take a work call for about 10 minutes, so I'm just going to update the notification on the Be Right Back screen, and then I will be back in about 10 minutes-ish to see if we can keep pushing. So this was my my mercenary character. Not sure on standard what my delve situation looks like. I don't know if I have like resistances and stuff this deep, but let's go to like level 300, I guess. Is there an easier way to scroll down through all this? Just go to like, say, 185. I don't know if I actually have any like light resistance or anything. Alright, so that's 185. Go see what, if I go back to town, what's this guy say? Alright, so let's go further down. This is like 279. Let's see what this looks like. Someone said 300 was like the sweet spot for them, so basically I'm just going down, I'm just increasing the depth until I hit a wall or something. The 279 felt fine. So let's try, what's this? Let's try 363. I've killed all before, but not as this character, not as a Cyclone. This is like 363 right now. Keep in mind, by the way, keep in mind, Natalie, this is a very heavily invested character you're looking at, right? So I've got like Mage Blood. I've got an incredibly potent weapon. This is not a cheap character doing this right now, so. Yeah, right now we're at 363. So let's go down to, I don't know. So mine goes as far as 409, so we'll go do 409, I guess. It's as far as mine goes right here. Sorry, I'm getting text from somebody. Alright, so this is level 409. This is the furthest my standard delve goes. Unfortunately, I don't have anything around level 600, so we can see we're at like 409 right now. I'm gonna say this could very easily go to 600. This is like a joke. Unfortunately, I just don't have it as deep as, you know. I don't have a delve as deep as 600, so. But hopefully this gives you an idea. Yeah, I don't see an issue with this going at least another 100 levels. Probably another 150. Just find a red biome magma for a glyphic fossil boss. I don't know. We can look around. On my mine shaft just goes straight down though. So unless there's something right next to it, you know. How crazy is my stash right now? Look at my stash. Holy moly. Holy moly. Pretty invested, Natalie. I mean, I've got a Mage Blood. I've got a Progenesis. I've got my double influence chest. This is like a 30 to 35 divine chest. We've got my... Probably, I think this cost me around 80 or 90 divines to craft. Staff. You're looking at several hundreds of divines here, not to mention on my skill tree. Got the really nice Watcher's Eye. We've got our Flame Flesh Jewels for the Gladiator Ascendancy. Yeah, this is a pretty expensive character you're looking at right now. That's why I was saying, like, you can do pretty much everything on my build. The question is, how much money are you going to invest into it? If you keep pumping money into the build, it eventually can do everything. I'm pretty confident saying that. I pretty much streamed all that outside of doing this delve stuff. You said a magma biome? This is a magma biome right here. What does a boss look like? Oh, there's Crystal King right there. I guess we could go try to do him. Yeah, we'll go try to do Crystal King, I guess. I do have the. So this is the Buzzsaw Cyclone. You guys said you wanted to see some different MTXs. So here's the Saw Blade. This is what the Saw Blade looks like. Well, none of the items I have are a mirror, right? But when you add up the cost of all my gear, it's probably like 1.5 to 2 mirrors. But this was like over the course of farming, you know, last league, so. Yeah, I didn't have all this, you know, week 1. I'm gonna do Crystal Throne, and then we can look for the glyphic boss you were talking about. Everyone farms the fossil as the orange gem looking icon. Yeah, once I kill all, we'll go take a look for that real quick. I just want to do all simply because I haven't done him in a while, and I haven't done him this deep before, so. And also, I'll probably die to him if there's like some one-shot mechanic, because I fucking have no idea what he does. Actually, Delve is kind of a vibe, right? That's what he means by boss. Everyone farms the fossil as the orange gem looking icon. Okay. I gotta click this thing. I'm confused though, right? Like, isn't this the big boss? Like, this is all, right? This is like the big boss guy, right? Expedition's very doable. Is there any functional difference between using a Valve Cyclone as opposed to a regular? Valve Cyclone sucks up all the mobs when you use the Valve skill. You become like a giant vacuum cleaner, but you also get stuck in place. Valve Cyclone has typically been used in group play to help like gather up mobs for everyone to kill. It's a standard thing that it's used for. Alright, let's go do the boss. Go do boss guy. Yeah, don't get me wrong, Brownie, we'll look for the fossil guy too. I just saw him on my map, so I figured we'd go do him real quick, you know what I mean? Just since he's here. Alright. Like I said, I don't even remember how this boss works, so if there's like a one-shot mechanic, I don't even know. We are at Delve 406 right now. Thanks, Cost for the follow. Alright, let's give it a shot. I have no idea what I'm supposed to do here when he phases. I guess we'll just like figure it out. I'm probably gonna die to something. Yeah, you don't want to use I have no idea. Am I supposed to have a light stick here? I didn't even buy torches. That's funny. Stay under him on that phase? Okay. Yeah, so you don't really want to swap to Cyclone of Tumult until you have the Stampede boots. So that's, I guess that's all at depth 406. I got a voices card. Huh. Yeah, we have incredibly high block because I'm using those two Flame Flesh jewels. So you said somewhere in the magma zone the other boss spawns, right? So I don't see it down here. Oh, that's another boss, right? The Grand Architect, that's another boss. Isn't that a boss right there? These are bosses, right? That I'm looking at, the Lich Tomb and Grand Architect. So I'm assuming this is a boss. We could go do this guy real quick just because he's here. I have no idea how these Dell bosses work. It's been like years since I've done this. You have on in that same area just north, I think. All right, we'll do this boss real quick, then I'll go back down to that area and see if I can find him. Pretty sure this is another Dell boss. This is Dell boss, right? Yeah. Alright, so his lasers hurt a little bit. I have no idea what this guy does. I'm just kind of like chilling. Okay. Just a unique mob. Gotcha. I've got like I've got like 51 stacks of darkness right now. Funny. I guess I have to phase him. Okay. Is he dead? Did he like... Oh, he ascends. Okay. He goes into like crazy mode. Oh, what the fuck is going on here? Oh, that was fun. Buy some of these. He said if we go back down, he said he's down here, the fossil one, this guy. So we're going to contains fossils. Like we want this one right here, the magma, the molten cavity. Or is it this right here? I hate invulnerability phases. Okay, so we want to go to the contain fossils. Alright, so let's go. We'll go here and work our way up to that so you can see what that looks like. Yeah, sorry I don't have like a deeper delve than this. I only have to like level 400 on my standard. I don't really do delve, so... But I'm pretty confident this could go further down than where we are right now. Nothing feels scary at all right now. What league mechanics do you think the build excels at, and what league mechanics is it going to struggle with the most? I think Legion's probably the worst, simply because we don't have like screen wide clear. I think this build is really good at Ritual. I think it's good at Blight. I think it's good at Expedition. I think it's good at Harvest. Yeah. I think it's going to be good at Breach, the new league. I mean, all I'm doing is holding down one button right now and just spin to win. The Flicker Spiders, yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty confident we could go to at least 550 to 600 based on how this feels at 400 right now. You need to add auto pickup for all currency. Yeah. Alright, let's go do the fossil real quick. That's what you wanted to go see. Then we'll swap back over to my SSF dude. Thanks for the follows, Ait and Fen. Also Doc. Oh, so this is the guy you're talking about. He kind of smacked me a little hard right off the bat, but that was about it. Hey, found the build. This would be my second league and thinking of starting Cyclone. Would you recommend it for a newer player? And if you're curious, we'll be updating the guide during league. I will be updating the guide during league with crafting guides and such. So yeah. Can you show the purpley Cyclone? Yeah, so let me do all the Cyclone MTXs real quick. So this is, obviously this is the Saw Blade one. This is the Celestial. This is the currency. You can see like orbs of currency floating around me. This is like the dark cyclone effect. Pretty cool. Got like a chaotic vibe to it. Will this build work with the reworked breach? Yeah, I think it's going to be great with the rework breach. You've got Ghost Flame. Ghost Flame's kind of cool. You've got Illusionist is very clean. This is probably my second favorite one. It's super clean looking. We have the blue cyclone effect. Don't really enjoy this one too much, but that's this. And then we have the white cyclone effect, very similar, just white. And then my personal favorite, Sharknado. I like the Sharknado. That's why I think possibly doing a ward variant with the bloodline could be busted. 5% chance to refresh on top of overleach seems strong. Fix against those random big hits. I just don't know much about ward. I'm not saying it isn't. That's not a good idea. I just don't want to talk to something I don't know, right? I've never like played ward before, so but yeah, there you go. There's it's the best one because it's the cheapest. I got you, Prod. Yeah, so you guys got to see a little bit of delving, and we did a couple bosses. Well, we did with the boss, and then we did some uniques. This is level 400. I think it could easily do 550 plus, no problem, with this gear. I think I could probably do 600 plus with this gear, no problem. This gear is like, I'm way too powerful right now for this content, is what it feels like. My stash is crazy right now. This is like ridiculous. It's actually ridiculous. I have some crazy stuff on standard. Like my sales tab. I have so much stuff in my sales tab. Alright guys, I'm gonna swap. This is gonna be a nightmare to clean up this. Yikes. Random headhunter sitting in my unique tab. Thanks Flay for the follow. Also thanks Ite for the sub on YouTube as well as the follow on Twitch from earlier. Okay, I'm gonna swap back over to my SSF character. Oh, we gotta go rescue my ship. I decide to remove only tabs when I look at standard and avoid the problem. I guess you can do that. I'm very weird, Drac. I like to combine all my stuff. Giant legacy collection. So I actually will go through and I will fix. I'll actually go through and I will fix all of my tabs. Do you get a mage blood every league? I have for the last couple leagues. Subbed on YouTube 4 months ago, never followed here. Hey, I appreciate it. I stream on both YouTube and Twitch. I know some people don't like Twitch. They watch on YouTube. That's where I have all my build guide videos anyways, so. Alright, so. I think we were doing frags, right? So I've got 1 Minotaur, 2 Chimera, so let's go grab another Minotaur. So now we're back to just our, so that you guys, you didn't add links in the profile, make it easier to farm your numbers. You didn't add links in your, oh, you mean links in my YouTube profile? I probably should, yeah. I'm not like really big on social media. I'm kind of a older millennial that isn't up to date. I did that just before the start of Merc. I went through and pulled all the currency and uniques into the main tabs. Yeah, I get super OD with my stash tabs. I don't think there's really any Bloodline Ascendancies that look super OP right now for Cyclone. There's a couple that I'm going to play around with during the league, but I don't want to make recommendations right now because they're not tested and yeah. Below your Twitch stream. Oh, you mean like a link to my YouTube on my Twitch? And I should fix that after stream today for sure. So you guys just got to see what the character looks like, you know, on trade, like decked out and everything. And now we're back to my SSF character, grinding it out on day 4.
One of my captives felt no emotion. He did not hesitate. All things intense and stubborn.
Can I do T17s on it eventually? You can. I've done T17s on that character I was just showing off. I have some live stream footage from earlier in 3.26 on the YouTube channel where you can see that kind of stuff. But yeah, with enough investment you can do T17s. Thanks, Brownie, for the follow. Hopefully, the delve gave you an insight into what it looks like. That's something you want to do on Cyclone. The two bloodlines that are interesting to me is the schizophrenia one from Delirium for the like free progenesis, and the other one is the other one would be the Feral's Tigers. I think could be interesting. Last league I managed to farm a Mage Blood on Smite Champion. It made me to choose something similar this league. Yeah, I typically go for Mage Blood every league now. Thanks, Brownie, for the sub. That's huge. So you'll notice this character is a little bit slower than that Cyclone of Tumult character I was showing you. But I also don't have like a bunch of movement speed stacked on this regular Cyclone right now. Nameless Seer. I'm gonna go play RF right now, old school. Yeah, that's my General's Cries using Sunder. This is a pretty cool neck to get. I won't use this because I'm not going to play SRS, but yeah, so I'm using the blue Sunder, the Glimmerwood Sunder. I call it the blue Sunder. So when my General's Cries use Sunder, it's like this giant blue thing on the screen. Maven Witness, this will be fun. Oh, and Destructive Play. I'm probably gonna die here. We'll see. Oh, I ran into the lightning stuff. Ran into the lightning stuff and got stunned. Rip. Do I use tinctures on trade? I don't. Any way to get your custom sounds? I have a video on my YouTube channel that has the filters and the sounds if you're interested. Can I bait him over here? There he is. Dude was one tap away from getting cold. Thanks, me and Fly for the subs on YouTube. Appreciate it. More synthesis maps. I like the synthesis maps. They're good gold generators. Casually doing corrupted T16s on this character. I was previously doing T8s, 400 DPS staff of a 4-link Cyclone, 5-link GC with double strike. Only mob that took a while was the map boss and a triple essence. Yeah, the build is pretty good. I still haven't tested out that double strike tech. I might try the double strike tech when I go to do Shaper soon. I have the double strike gem somewhere that I was leveling up. Thought I did. Yeah, here it is. So I got it to level 19. So I might still try this. I'd have to recolor my weapon though, which is going to be... It's going to be rough doing 2 green on a red-blue base. So I don't know if I'll actually do this or not, but I did level 1 up to 19. I just don't know if I want to spend chromes trying to get 2 green and 3 red on this staff right now. Thanks, Robbie, for the follow. Alright, we should have 2 of these now, so we're gonna do Chimera and Hydra. Or I'm sorry, Phoenix and Hydra. And then once we witness all of, we can go do a formed Hydra, Minotaur, Phoenix, and Chimera. Might be a little rough right now, but we'll see.
Redemption. He did not see value in a new
That blue thunder is pretty ridiculous. What's causing the little projectiles that come out like an arrow burst? Talking about the giant blue stuff on the screen. Or you're talking about my Shockwave, the giant white bubbles that you see. That's Shockwave. I just have the MTX on so you can actually see it. I don't know why I moved away from the plant that I was trying to guard. Not the smartest move ever.
Orb of scouring.
I kind of wish there was variety to the Shockwave, yeah, because I feel like it only looks good on 2 of the Cyclones. Otherwise it just seems out of place. Yeah, I use the MTX so people can actually see what that support gem is doing for us. It's pretty bright for my eyes. I wish there was other options for it. Yeah, I just have it on so people can see what the gem looks like. Have you tried other skills on your GC minions? I've tried basically just Thunder and Ground Slam. I've tried a few others, but I didn't like them as much as these two. I tried Tectonic Cataclysm, but because we're not doing any kind of LE conversion, I just didn't enjoy it as much. Be right back in a sec, guys. Sorry about that, guys. I'm having some stomach issues today, so I'm having to step away every so often. Thanks, Natalie. Yeah, I took some medicine, but it it's requiring me to step away every so often. So,
He did not see value in a new life. New life.
Cha-ching. Cha-cha-ching.
comprehensive scouting report. Let's go. I can't wait. Oh, dude, I can't wait till Friday. I'm so excited. I'm so ready to get started. Blue Sunda. Hi, tier map.
Those I serve cast their eyes on endless, unchanging life, and have never had cause to complain. Without shame, time passes like a tear.
This is the key to a crucible that stretches the sanity of the mind.
One would know that
Test run felt pretty good, and I can only imagine it'll feel better. 20% more. Yeah, it's gonna be really good. Pretty good. All right, we have to do 2 hydros. We'll re-roll 2 of these. I think the fact that it's more as opposed to increase is pretty huge. Yeah, so more is like, it's like when you read support gems, right? More melee damage, more physical damage. More is way more of a multiplier on damage than increased. It's like significantly more of a multiplier. So the way I've been telling people is like, think about it as like almost having an extra link on your Cyclone. Pretty much, yeah. That's exactly it. I know people do strength stacking Cyclone, and there's a bunch of decks stacking Cyclone with like Dancing Dervish builds going around. So it's definitely a thing. I've never tried it. I just play the version of the build I came up with. The only thing I'm going to probably do different this league is when I get to like really late endgame, I'm going to try putting together a champion swap and still keeping staffs and block, but scaling like the fortification damage with the unique and the new ascendancy rework and trying that out, seeing how tanky I can get it and how much damage I can do.
Time to up the stake.
It seems I have overestimated you.
Resist the assault.
You have been judged and found wanting.
Resist the assault.
I had thought you a believer.
Grasp your mortality tightly. Feel your life drain away.
Guardian now.
Resist the assault. Your flesh is so fallible. Grasp your mortality tightly. Feel your life drain away.
I find your lack of faith disappointing.
Life is so brutal.
This is the key
Blight.
to a crucible that stretches the sanity of the mind.
I think it was muted there. Sorry about that. Yeah, this is like day 4 SSF character, so things are a little more restricted than what you would see. It depends on what you want to do, Kuro. Like, a Mage Blood is like, you know, 200 divines, so. It all depends on how much currency you want to put into a character. I don't know if I can do this. We'll try doing the forum, but I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do this. Temporal change is a little annoying. This is probably reduced critical strikes is also annoying, but they gave info about the Spectral Tigers. What's the new info on the Spectral Tigers?
At least die with some flair.
Well, we're starting with Minotaur, though he's by far the worst one. Minotaur and Hydra, actually. This might be a little too rough for where we're at right now. We'll give it the old college try, though.
Time bends to my will. Another challenger quit terrors.
Alright, Minotaur's down.
Resist the assault.
I get Hydra down. Scariest thing right now is probably the discharge effect from Nyx. Right there.
Grasp your mortality tightly.
Oh, Hydra's still up. Yeah. I keep going to hit my Frostblink keybind thinking I still have Frostblink on right now, and all I got is Leap. I really hate Leap Slam for getting out of tough situations like that.
I find your lack of
Temporal tears.
Yeah. Guys trucking us.
sigh of overrest.
Shadow, rise and fight. Time bends to my will.
That's pretty exciting.
Alright, we did it.
Unexpected, but not unwelcome. How long will I be kept waiting?
DM the post just went up a few minutes ago. Gotcha. Five Tigers is 35% increase attack speed and 125% increase crit. A lot of attack speed and crit. Alright, so now we're halfway. No, we're 7 splinters towards Maven. Pretty good. Alright, I need to farm one more Hydra, and then we have 2 sets for Shaper.
One of my captives wore many faces, yet kept her true face hidden. Now, she cannot escape her true
Orb of Scouring.
It's my lucky day.
Cha-ching.
Oh shit, I was muted during all that. Yes, you don't get like infinite Atlas points that you can spend. You can have like 3 loadouts with X amount of points. So like this is my Harvest Expedition tree, this is my Blight Ritual tree, and I'm currently using this tree to farm up boss maps. And you can reset the points on these and change the trees, but you only have like X amount of points for each tree, and you can have up to 3 loadouts at a time that are like saved with whatever your farming strategy is. Still not hear me?
Cha-ching. Cha-ching.
I was muted for a second, but I went back over what I was trying to say.
Cha-ching. Cha-ching.
A lot of resistance. It's pretty garbage otherwise.
Time to up the stakes. Grip of the infinite.
Hi, Tina.
Take this vitality beam.
Take this vitality boon.
Grip of the infinite. Temporal tears.
Lead to a crucible that stretches the sanity of the mind.
You know, you get a point per map, but you can also get extras by doing certain bosses, right? Yeah, so on your skill tree here, so you have like, you get a point per map you complete, 115 out of 115 total. But then on the Maven, you can also do these 6 invitations, and for each of these 6 invitations, you get a point too. So I did the formed, and you can see that I have that little icon. If you look at the top left, there's a little filled in invitation indicating that I've completed that, so I got the skill point for that. You get 6 additional from this. Then you also get some Atlas points for killing like the bosses in the game. Like we're about to do some Shapers. Shaper might be interesting. At this point, I had a Roomies on my other character. Having a Roomies is really powerful because that's what enables us to have our full spell block. So you're going to see right now I only have 35% spell block. And that's actually because I don't have the Searing Exarch mod I'd like to have. Or is it Eater Worlds? It might be Eater Worlds. Yeah, no, I'm doing this is a private league, so I'm not on standard. Yeah, I think we'll give Shaper a shot and see. Yeah, Destructive Play can be pretty rippy. Alright, I generally run 2 Shapers and 2 Elders, and then I use Harvest to swap frags if I need to. We're not going to do Maven Witness on this. I think it's better to run it with 2-hand. As a heavy regen build. Yeah, that makes sense. Alright, we'll give Shaper a shot and see how this goes.
Belong here. Run along.
I really don't like having Frostblink right now. It's kinda... I kinda really want Frostblink when I'm doing bosses, actually. Not having Frostblink is really unfortunate. Kind of like a get out of jail free card when we need it. Shrugs things off that your snaking Zerker gets one shot by. I mean, that's, yeah, that's what a regen build will do for sure.
Your recklessness will not go unpunished. This is your final warning. Leave. You force my hand again, little mouse. So, you've chosen to side with Cat. This is mine, and you shall obey mine.
Might have popped that a little too soon. Trying to bait this over here. I'm standing in it. Don't want to do that.
We need to close this.
In your opinion, do you think the explicit nerfs to the Atlas is going to be as bad as people are saying? I think like you're going to see less loot. I think you're going to probably see 40%, like 30 to 40% of the loot that we did in 3.26. That just means like more grind. But I don't know. Like, I don't do the Giga Juice ridiculous farm shit anyways, so like it doesn't affect me at all. Doesn't affect me at all. Like, if you want to make money, just farm harvest and sell the juice, and you're gonna make more money than, like, it's consistent currency. There's like a lot of ways to make money. It may not be like 50 divine an hour, but you can still make plenty of divines and get the gear you need. I think the economy is going to be pretty crazy this league, because I think asynchronous trade is going to really mess with currency ratios.
Behold the face of your unmade.
Like, Harvey's is good,
It's me. Let me help.
Harvest is good, Blight is good. I'm going to probably do Blight and Ritual. It's kind of what I keep leaning towards. But we'll see. We'll see how I feel.
Failure.
Damn.
Ambivalence.
I jumped into the puddle. I jumped into the puddle. That was unfortunate.
Failure.
I got hit by a ball.
Death. Our savior. You. Failure.
What is going on right now? Oh, dude.
Remains as ever.
Worst PoE player of all time.
They're coming through.
Not having Frostblink is really throwing me through a loop right now, because I'm used to being able to quickly get out of a situation with that skill, and I can't do that on this character right now. It's super bugging me out.
Quickly.
Like, not having Frostblink just feels like my character is playing hard mode right now.
Irrelevant.
Seems like your death is instant, to be fair. Yeah.
Fly into the cover. Hurry. Let's find a way back.
I just have to actually play good. I'm not a great I'm not a great like bosser. Frostblink gives you like an extra out basically. I have to pay a little bit more attention with just Sleep Sam. I'm socket starved right now. I don't have like a I don't have a spare socket to put Frostblink in. I could do like a weapon swap Frostblink back to it, but like that'd be janky as fuck. I don't really like this.
These memories are
They do a Firestorm RF and Quiz build, and yeah, they are insane.
Lie to you, Frag. I'm your true memory.
to save the future. The past must be
I
sacrificed.
have Double Shaper now.
Come to me. We need to close this.
Gain
gonna miss the loot bot, I mean the mercs. Tried your starter leveling tree using Splitting Steel of a 2-hand axe and bleed, and the damage is really solid up until Cyclone. Splitting Steel is pretty good. Amethyst rings and a little harvest juice, to be honest. Yeah, harvest is a pretty consistent way to make currency.
Hail God Slayer.
I see you, little dog. Run along there. Run along. Turn back, trespasser. Seize this man.
I also got lucky as hell with a pair of replica Blight to already peaconk one, race 2 divs on the other and got it to be another peaconk. Thanks, Shiny, for the follow. D-flights, dragonflights. Okay, I was like, what are D-lights? Dragonflights make sense. It's mostly just, it doesn't have any loot specific or any sound files, just for Cyclone stuff. It's based off of like the currency or the rarity of the item.
You tamper with things you do not understand. You won't escape me, little baby. Stay away. Your recklessness will not go unpunished. This is your final warning. You force my hand again, little mouse. So, you've chosen to side with Cat. This is my will, and you shall obey my order.
Ooh. Well, we took a piece of the Shaper Slam. We had like 5% HP left. That's the Shockwave MTX that creates the white burst that you're seeing. What Bloodline stuff to use your Cyclone? I haven't really thought about anything yet. Concrete. I think the Spectral Tigers could be interesting from Ferals. I also think that potentially the Delirium one, the Schizophrenia, could be pretty good. Gives us basically like a free Progenesis. Could be pretty good.
Insubstantial.
He's trying to recover. Hurry! Let's find a way back.
I don't see anything that looks game breaking right now, man. Like, I think we're gonna have to test stuff out. Slayer offers a really good kit for Cyclone, so it's hard to be like, oh, this is just definitively better. I don't think that's the case right now until I test stuff. The Slayer ascendancy points are super valuable. They each do something that's very impactful, whether that's damage or defense. I think the one that I'm leaning towards is probably the Schizophrenia, the free Progenesis. And I would probably drop maybe Impact for that, but yeah. I don't know.
Stay close. They're coming through. Stay close.
Inconsequential.
Trying to recover. Hurry. Let's find a way back.
Dragonflights.
I cannot
But Peacock Dragonflight was a pretty meta item, and I got them I think first 2 weeks of League. It's a lot of money. I had a Hinakora's lock drop for me on day 2 on stream. It was pretty crazy. Like 14 divine right off the bat. It's pretty crazy. Not gonna lie.
Come to me.
I believe in treading
irrelevant.
Well, not on day 2 of a League prod. 10 times my total lifetime divine earnings, not gonna lie. Yeah. Hey, I got the right piece. Nice. What's my DPS here? I think I'm sitting like around 1,000,000 DPS, Gluttons. I don't have a lot. I don't have any 6 links. My weapon's like, eh. We could check in POB. We can import my character. Let's take a look. So if I drag in my dude, keep in mind I'm on an SSF test character right now. So right now with Pride at max effects, our rage capped at 40. We do have Brittle Ground. So basically, like, my damage right now is like 1.3 mil. And then if we drop Banner at max stacks, that gives us a DPS boost up to 1.7. So anywhere from 1.3 to 1.7, depending on if my Banner's up. Oh, we always have power charges because our Assassin's Mark is fully qualityed, so we can turn that on. We have endurance charges. So actually 1.6, and if I drop Banner, it's like 2 mil. Like 1.6 to 2 mil damage right now, depending on Banner. Do have Fortify also. This is kind of like what our character looks like right now. Like I said, you know, if I have full flasks up, it's like 1.9 damage. So in an optimal solution, I've hit all my flasks and I drop my Banner. I've got like 2.4 mil DPS right now. When I'm mapping and I have frenzy charges, it's closer to 3 mil. That's my character right now. I gotta step away again for just a minute. I'll be right back. Alright guys, I'm back. Sorry, I have not been feeling well today, and I've been taking some medicine, and unfortunately it's causing me to step away from stream every so often, so appreciate you guys sticking through. I like to save these boss uniques because we can trade them in for easy dust. Hey, is any of this stuff good? I should probably look at some of these items. Nah, it's all trash. Oh, this map sucks. I hate Grave Trout. I'm basically just gonna follow the outside till I found the boss room. Looking forward to the async trade too, being able to sell stuff offline while mapping and not wasting a portal. Yeah, it's gonna be really good. I was like, in 3.26 I was heavily considering going SSF, but everyone on stream was like, oh, we prefer you to play trade, so I did. And then I really wanted to play SSF for 3.27, and then they did the async thing in PoE 2, and I was like, oh, I know they're bringing that to PoE 1. And then they did the announcement, and I was like, well, I can't miss the first asynchronous trade league of PoE 1. Like, you gotta play that, you know? Can't stand in that. Rip Pee-wee Ninja? Yeah. I didn't drop a portal by boss, did I? Rip me for not dropping a portal. Yeah, I really want Frostblink back. I had to choose between, like... What I should be doing is just swapping my, my Desecrate out for Blood Rage whenever I get to a boss. And running Frostblink. I think I'm gonna fix that. This feels really bad not having a quick ability to get out of something, which is what Frostblink gives me. What's up, Jinja? Welcome to your third stream streak. What's up? Thank you, Moot, for the sub. Where's the question? Are you actually using your banner? And if no, is it on item? So I'm using my banner on bosses. I'm not using it like, so yes, I use it on like tough enemies. Funny about how many times I talked about some kind of auction house. People mocked me. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, I am using banner. Well, I think this is what I'm gonna do. So we need a blue socket here. And then we can swap, we can do a Blood Rage swap with our Desecrate. So a Dex strength base trying to roll 3 red and a blue. I feel like I need to Varici calculator this. Yeah, it's just chromes basically. See how lucky we get. 1 in 26 is the odds. Not bad. Alright, I want my Frostblink back. Oh, that feels so good. Then we can swap this out, but we're going to be at boss anyways in a second. Yeah, Varici calculator said a 1 blue was average cost of 43 chromes, and just chroming it was 26, so... I love having that Frostblink. Doesn't do much though if you don't know how to move out of stuff. Anyways. This is probably my least favorite of the bros.
Seems we must wait a little longer. Salvation remains as ever.
Well, I'm also not feeling too well today. Like my I'm really like playing like crap right now. My whole like my whole stomach is messed up right now, so it's really hard to focus, but I'm trying to plow through it. I'm having fun. I just my focus is a little bit off right now. Thanks, Dasnos, for the sub. You got that in 5 chromes, right? Only slightly above a single, at least 1 blue craft, which would have been 4 chromes. Yeah, it's hard to say. Like, Verici said it would be on average, right? There's always RNG, but on average, double the cost to do the blue. So, I don't know. I've had times where Verici will be like, oh, it's a 1 in 50 odds, and I roll like 200 chromes before I get it. So, I think RNG is RNG sometimes.
Do I know you? Cha-ching. Wear a mask.
Those that face the smoke end up. I should have
The only downside is I should be using Blood Rage right now to get to the boss.
I'm afraid.
Did you see that? We have come to an accord. Hi, Tina. Or the balcony. Cha-ching.
I'ma earth you. You bash.
That's the weeks. If I haven't, let's hope for some entertainment.
Well, the problem with the craft is it's a dex strength item, so it's 80/80. So it's like if it was just a strength item, it's almost guaranteed when you do the bench craft. But when it's like split 80/80, you know, you do 1 blue and you might get 1 green also.
Interesting. Not so fast.
Yeah, the base is armor evasion, so it's like the stats are 80/80 for strength and evasion or dexterity.
Cha-ching. Well, or
What'd I miss? Probably the one all the way down to the bottom. Or, yeah. So I didn't miss it, I just wasn't patient. Got it.
cha-ching.
Yeah, I think the problem with the last map was also the map had increased like attack and cast speed and all that for mobs, and it also had chilled ground and like a bunch of other just nasty shit that made the boss harder than it needed to be. Because same boss, different mods on the map. Not nearly as bad, so. I'm a little sad they nerfed snaking. I was having fun with it and would have liked to see about tweaking it some more. That's how GGG does it though. They don't like, when they nerf something, they don't like bring it down. They take it out back and they shoot it, you know? So I'm not surprised they deleted it from the game basically. It is very much in form how those things go. Except if it's Trickster and ES, those will remain forever untouched by the nerf hammer seams. I can't believe we went another league without them touching ES. That's like actually wild to me. It's gonna be basically kinetic fucking... What's the new ability? Kinetic Storm, whatever it is. Just ES stacking CI bullshit, yeah.
Fractured item.
Seems I have overestimated.
Whatever it is, just ES stacking. Yeah, I can't believe that. Can't believe ES didn't get touched again. It's just kind of mind-boggling to me. I don't... It's like the same thing in PoE too. It's like multiple leagues. I think something hit you there? Yeah, for sure. It's like multiple leagues where, you know, or multiple versions of the game. So it's the same in like PoE too. Like for whatever reason, they don't want life builds to have love. It's just like ES all day. The Fub Gooners, yeah. I mean, I don't... The thing with like all that is like they're playing the game that GGG is developing, right? So if GGG builds the best thing to do in the game is to play like an ES stacking zoom build, then people are just gonna play that. So it's like... And the crazy thing is they see how out of scale it is with everything else in the game and it doesn't get touched league after league. That's the part where it's like, Oh, I'm sure it's 100% how they feel about the game, right? Like, if they obviously don't think ES is in a bad place, so it is what it is. I just disagree about that, but You know what I was really hoping for this league? I was super hoping that it was going to be a spell league. In particular, like self-cast spells. Like the one thing I really think they need to rework in this game is self-casts. I was super hoping that like self-cast spells were going to have a resurgence. And I was like really sad when I didn't see that. I was like, oh, it's more wand slash bow shit. Okay. Like, I would love a league in which, like, they fix self-casts. Like, the problem with self-cast spells is it feels terrible to do self-cast spells in this game. But it would be cool if, like, they fixed the game so that self-cast spells were fun again. Channeling, I can't. I mean, we're basically using a channeling skill, right? That's the build. Yeah, spell channeling for sure. What are the odds? What are the odds?
Oh,
Did I get a decent chest here?
I'd consider that a win.
The odds are not good. What are these bases?
In a gambling mood? Go out.
Yeah, I think it will never feel nice because you will always feel clunky compared to automated projectiles. Yeah, I know. It's, there's too much of a downside for self-cast spells. I need a decent chest because I'd like to try to. I'm not really happy with. Well, Gladiator base plate is not bad, I guess. Not happy with these rolls. I was trying to see if I could. I need a 6-link a chest, basically. What are the odds I 6-link a chest? Would be pretty crazy to get a 6-link right now. Oh, I don't see them nerfing Cyclone. Always feel clunky compared to the automated projectile hell. Yeah. Be crazy to get that 6-link. Never lucky.
Greetings. For freedom.
Switching to Twitch because YouTube's streaming his pants. Oh, is YouTube not good? Rip. No 6 link Barones. I haven't looked at the POB, but how much percent of total DPS is damage from GC and Shockwave? Cyclone is just a delivery method. No, Cyclone's a considerable amount of damage, so if we look at the POB... So like on the level, say 95 tree, Cyclone is like 5.3 mil damage. Shockwave is only 2 million damage. Our ground slam is 4.6. Right, so basically you're getting almost 11 million damage just from Cyclone and ground slam from your GCs. And then the impale damage on top of that's another 5.4. And then you add 2 mil shock on top of that. Yeah, people think like Shockwave is some crazy amount of damage. It is. Don't get me wrong, Shockwave is a fair chunk of damage, but it's not doing more damage than our GC. Our GC is a huge boost to the build. Then you add in there that sweet cold DPS from being a Slayer and another 4 million damage there. Being at 480p, I ended up minutes behind due to mini buffering. Witness, whereas I'm running at 720 here and getting no buffering, but we will see once you start fighting. Yeah, it's crazy because I'm getting the ability to have 1040 source or 1440 source on Twitch and 1080 source on YouTube. So I'm not sure why you're not getting the I'm not sure why you're not getting better options for resolution. The Shockwave MTX makes it look like way more damage. Yeah, for sure. Alright. I'm going to swap over to Blight for a little bit. I'm really not feeling well, so I want to do something a little less, a little more passive where I can kind of chat with you guys and answer questions. Farm up. I need to farm up some more currency now. Thanks Fear and thanks Micro for the follows. Appreciate it. Yeah, let's go ahead and do this one light map real quick. Little break. Worried that they will do that to Cyclone League after next once everyone flocks to Cyclone this league. I don't think everyone's going to flock to Cyclone this league. I think you're going to see... more people playing Cyclone at league start, but I don't think Cyclone is going to be the meta for 3.27. We're not there. Yeah, Twitch is definitely more streamlined for streaming, for sure. I'm just surprised your resolution options are... Oh, to avoid constant buffering due to YouTube load? That sucks, dude. I see what you're saying. Yeah, I don't think Cyclone's going to be the meta in 3.27. I think the first week or two, there'll be like maybe 7 or 10% of players playing Cyclone. But like, once we get to week 3, week 4, Cyclone's going to fall off. Like, people don't play Cyclone as hard as I do into the end game. So, I wouldn't be too worried about that. We essentially have 2 choke points to get into the Blight. That's interesting. When is RF not popular though? Yeah, it's a tried and true league starter build. I'm surprised Cyclone Shockwave doesn't get more love as a league starter, because I felt like for the last couple leagues that this build has been phenomenal as a league starter. Do you have any other builds in mind besides the Cyclone, of course? Oh, I hit my wrong keybind. I've been trying to do a Vow Arc Ignite for the last couple leagues, and the problem I have with my Vow Arc Ignite is it's just not very tanky, and the damage falls off. So I'd like to try to do something with Vow Arc Ignite, maybe now with the new Ascendancies. It's actually pretty decent. I just have a lot of trouble scaling the tankiness and the damage past the T16 mark. I'd like to try to take another stab at that personally. No explodes and slow because Stampede.
Blight is fighting spread. Put out you mycelium. New roots.
RF is the brain dead build. Set yourself on fire and walk.
Blight
Yeah.
is trying to spread.
It's comfy though. There ain't no denying that.
Blight is fighting spread. It's branching exile.
I gave it a try and yeah, it's not a bad fuel if you can get your movement speed up.
Put out new mycelium. New roots. Blight is trying to spread. It's branching exile. Blight is trying to spread. Blight is trying to spread. Put out you mycelium. New roots.
This layout is a free win. It's pretty crazy, right? Yeah. It's basically 2 choke points right on either side of the Blight, which is pretty good. Pretty good. Do I have a favorite map to grind out on? I enjoy Silo. It's pretty straightforward. You just take it all the way down to the boss, and then if you do destructive play, it's really easy to do a bunch of free boss maps. Speaking of which, here we go. More silo. This is Foundry. Foundry map. Been a while since I played and never really got the maps names properly integrated. Gotcha. Yeah, this is Foundry. It's kind of like based off of the heist themed zone. You know, like running the one that was basically the sewer from Act 3? Oh, yeah. I've been trying to get a Blight Ravage map to drop. They just won't drop. Well, you need to get a Stampede boots before you can use Cyclone of Tumult. So I'd say first you want to save up for Stampede, then you can use Cyclone of Tumult. You can get a Ground Slam of Earth Shaking whenever. You've been considering a Staff Cyclone of some sort, you might do this. It's a pretty good build. I'm not biased at all. I can't wait for the update that just opens all of them at once.
Blood for the Blood God. You should probably pick that up. Blood for the Blood God. Blood for the Blood God. You should probably pick that up.
Okay, let's go.
Probably pick that up. You should probably pick that up. Blood for the Blood God.
You must be so excited for the multi-chest open. Oh, I can't wait, Prod. To be honest, the built-in effective damage reduction you get from blocking is pretty good as a safety layer. It's pretty good, yeah. Hoping Abyssus gets the Valborn variant? Yeah. Removing the downside to Abyssus would be pretty dope. What's it better to do first, boots or greater staff? You always prioritize your weapon. Which base you say is the best to craft on? You want an Ezomite staff. I'm using a Maelstrom right now, but Ezomite staff is the highest base crit chance staff that is tax block damage, or blocks attack damage, I should say. Reflective oil.
Orb of Alteration. Cha-ching. Chaos Orb.
Yeah, the heist one you really don't want to craft on. You really want to use an Ezomite staff, in my opinion.
Glass blower's bubble. Cha-ching. Cha-ching. Stack, stack, stack.
Alright, let's go ahead and run some maps for some more blighted stuff, hopefully. Yeah, I was actually considering doing heist. Like, if you do SSF, I think heist is the play. I think the drop rate for replica is probably better than trying to get one off of the actual Blight mechanic. But a lot of people doing heist in 3.27 will probably mean there's a lot of replica stampede for sure. So right now I'm farming Blight and Ritual. This is probably going to be what I do on League start. I'll probably be selling a lot of oils, selling like omens and random things from Ritual, corpses. I suspect minion builds are going to be pretty big. At least I'm hoping they are. I think corpses might sell pretty well. Not having elemental ailment immunity just sucks.
Hi, Team Round.
Do we know when we'll be getting the Foulborn full list? I have no idea. I don't know if that's just something that's going to have to be data mined by the community or...
Orb of Scouting. Hi, Team Round. Single orb.
GUI database stuff or something.
Cha-ching. You should probably pick that up. Cha-ching. Cha-ching, cha-ching. Hi, Team Round. You should probably pick that up. A very valuable item. Cha-ching. Cha-ching. You should probably pick that up.
Did I go to Uber Strict?
You should probably pick that up.
I think at this point I might just go to Uber Strict. I wonder if we could Foulborn Stampede. I don't know if it will work on League mechanic or League specific uniques. No clue. I got them off a Reddit post from like 7 years ago. But if you go to my, on my YouTube channel, I have a video from 3.25 that has my, or if you do the filter command in chat, so that's my Google Drive that has the sound files and it has my sound files and my 3.26 filters in there. Yeah, there's some crazy stuff that we could get with a Foulborn Abyssus if it takes off the downside. It'd be pretty crazy. I expect those items are going to be super expensive on trade. Finally hit 20. Yeah, so we can quality them now. You can give me some amazing sound filters. I've been thinking about changing it up, so if you've got some interesting sound files, I wouldn't be opposed. Like bosses, drops can't. Gotcha.
Regal Orb.
I can't do this just yet.
Do I have a disc? Nah, I don't have a disc. Yeah, the Cool Rain one was pretty nutty. I don't know much about bow builds. Chaos damage. Omen of Connections would be pretty amazing right now, game. Not gonna lie. Pretty amazing. Do you have a do you have like a Google Drive deal that you could set up? I could download them from and take a listen to them. Otherwise, you could just send them to me in Discord in a DM. If they're not large, not too large. Fortain, Metamorph, yeah. They're setting an interesting precedent. Past leagues can be revisited. I ruined your market last league, legit, Japoni. Everyone stopped buying me because of your video. That's funny. I'll take a look at these. I got your sound files. I'll take a look at them after stream. An overhaul or update to some past leagues is kind of needed. Yeah, it would be dope if they did like a revisit to Metamorph. I kind of liked the idea of like your build, like Metamorph was fun because it was like basically build a bear with monsters. It was fun.
Practice makes perfect.
Yeah. Except you don't get to cuddle with it afterwards. Arch Nemesis? Yeah, no, that's a hard pass for me. That's a hard pass for me. Give you like no towers on this one.
Oh, Scarab! Cha-ching!
Crucible 2.0 would be nice. I didn't play that league. Dude, so one of my favorite things from Crucible was obviously that bow with the totem mod. That was one of the most ridiculously OP builds I've ever played in this game. I was like one-shotting Ubers. It was actually insane.
You should probably pick that up. You should probably pick that
It was
up.
like ridiculous. You liked the Necropolis League, but I think it's too recent for them to consider a revisit. I think the Breach is a pretty good revamp. It'd be cool if they incorporated some of the PoE 2 stuff from Abyss, the Abyss stuff from PoE 2 into PoE 1. I think that would be dope. I kind of want to see them revisit the rogues, fellow exiles. Legion revamp? Legion revamp could be dope. I never seen itemized corpse again. The corpses were crazy, dude. Like how many corpses you had to keep in your stash was actually insane for the crafting. It was ridiculous. Soul Eater is gonna be kind of nasty. As long as they don't touch the Harbies. Was more thinking that being able to change up the mobs and acts and maps. I don't know if they're ever gonna revamp the leveling campaign in this game. Seems like a big ask. Something they might do. That's why, like, I'm really feeling Ritual and Blight. They're just super, like, easy to set up, easy to do. Don't have to really think too much about anything. The only hard part about Ritual is just choosing your loot at the end of the map, you know? That's it. You want to call that hard. Made a really nice POB. I've been tinkering with the Giga in-game version for the past couple of days, catering towards T16 maps because I hate the T17s. Was able to get movement speed to 200% with Cyclone active and AoE to 4.6 without cycling too much damage. If you got a link of that, Lanely, if you wanna DM me on Twitch, a link of your T16 POB, because I wouldn't mind incorporating something like that into the POB that's specifically for T16 mappers that don't want to do the harder content, that just want like a Zoom version of the build. Thanks, Exter. Upgrading the Harbies. Yeah, I'd take a look at it, and then, you know, depending on how it is, I could see myself adding that to the POB as an option, like for people that just want to do Zoom T16 mapping, want to move away from Tumult. Alright, we did get this T16 map to drop here. Blight, I should say. Go do this. Well, my entire my entire POB is catered around trade. I just think that the build is, and I'm not trying to toot my own horn or anything, but I think the build is so solid that I can play it on SSF like I'm doing right now, you know, and showcase it to you guys in a very limited, you know, environment with no trade and stuff, and it still does well. I think that just speaks to the build itself. But my build is designed around trade, right? Like getting a Cyclone of Tumult, well, more specifically getting Stampede, getting some of the uniques. You can do all that on SSF, but it's very time intensive on SSF. So if we're really lucky, we'll get a Blight Ravage map to drop in here, and I can maybe do one of those on stream tonight. Pretty dope. let's get this started.
The Blight is trying to spread.
Oh, if it lets you link it in Twitch, then we're good. I was thinking that Nightbot would. Oh no, Nightbot did block you. Okay. I can see the link though. Maybe we'll take a look at it on stream real quick after I do this Blight map.
Put out new mycelium. Ugh, new roots.
Let's see.
Put out new mycelium. New roots. The Blight is trying to spread.
Can you type in chat? I'm not sure how to DM you otherwise. It's all no, Lanely. So I see your POV link. I can type it out in chat here. It showed me the link even though it blocked you from sharing it, I guess, in chat.
Mycelium. New roots. Put out new mycelium.
Spicy.
New roots. Put out new mycelium. New roots. The Blight is trying to spread. Blight is trying to spread. It's put out new mycelium. New roots. It's put out new mycelium. New roots. What this tower can really do.
A megalomaniac like that would cost a kidney. Yeah, that megalomaniac is that's why it's the Giga endgame. But you mostly just want something. You want Overlord, and then anything else you get on the Megalomaniac is icing on the cake.
You should probably pick up.
Thanks, Michael, for the sub. Appreciate it. Do we get a Blight Ravage map? That is the question.
Cha-ching! Incubator.
Lean almost 100% on clusters. I'm not opposed to clusters. I just think there's a lot of good passives on this on the actual skill tree. And the other thing too is like, if you look at my POB, like, so the thing about my POB is I try to keep it pretty realistic outside of that last tree for the average player. So here's like the level 95 tree, right? And if we look at the level 95 tree, Abyssus, not super expensive. Stampede, not super expensive. Storm Shroud, usually 6 to 10 divine. Really the most expensive thing on here will probably be the Light of Meaning or the Lethal Pride. And then if you look at like the rest of the gear, it's like, you know, nothing too crazy. Maybe this ring with the curse on hit. Could be several divine. The weapon will probably be the most expensive thing by far. You're looking at like a 80 divine weapon, and then your Lethal Pride. This is like what most people will probably end up something like this, you know? And this is all pretty realistic stuff. So I tried to keep my POB somewhat obtainable by the average player. Once you start to get into the Giga in-game tree, we're talking like super expensive items. You know, a Mage Blood, a Progenesis, you know, a double Anointed Abyssus, a Watcher's Eye with the double Pride, you know, an Overlord Jewel at the very least that has a Megalomaniac Jewel at the very least that has Overlord, Bit and Flame Flesh. So this is very unrealistic for most players. Like, I'll put this together, most players won't. But I try to keep almost all of my POB realistically obtainable. The thing with cluster jewels is cluster jewels can be pretty expensive, right? I see a lot of melee trees that run Overlord on cluster jewels to solve fortification, and like Overlord on a cluster jewel is going to be several dozen divine. It's going to be very expensive. Like the I'll talk about Abyssus in a second, but like an Overlord cluster jewel, which a lot of melee builds put in their builds, is going to be like 30 divine plus. It's going to be pretty expensive. So cluster jewel setups can be more expensive than I think they're worth. The way you do the double anoint Abyssus is you essentially get the Blight Helm, which is an Ezomite base, and you double anoint it, and then you corrupt it, and you hope that you brick it into a rare. And then you have a rare item that has 2 anoints on it, and then you use a mythic orb, and you pray that it converts it into an Abyssus. Because the only thing the rare The only thing the rare Ezomite can mythic orb into a unique is an Abyssus. So you start with the Blight unique, double anoint it, you corrupt it into a rare, and you pray that it doesn't delete the item, and then you run the mythic orb on it and you pray that it doesn't delete the item and you get an Abyssus. Yeah, pretty much. That made absolutely no sense to me, but it sounded expensive. Yeah. Yeah. So I plan on doing a video on it. Actually, you know what? I could demonstrate that for you right now if you want to see how that works. Give me a second. I think I can demonstrate this. Alright, so Craft of Exile, let's go. So we're gonna start with can I pick a base? Well, let me pick a unique as a base. I may not. I don't know if it'll let me do this. I guess I could just do helmet. I'm not sure. Let me see. I might have to go. Yeah, it's the cow of the thermophile. Cannot import a unique item. RIP. Yeah, I'm trying to... I was hoping on Craft of Exile I could simulate this for you, but it looks like it won't let me. But basically, you're going to take this item. So you buy this item on trade, and this item is a Blight unique, which means that you can double anoint it. It can have a second enchantment modifier. So you double anoint this with whatever 2 anoints you want. Then you put a Vow Orb on it. And you pray that it doesn't destroy the item, but instead it bricks it into a rare. And then once it does that, you'll have a rare Ezomite Helm that has 2 anoints. Then you can use a Mythic Orb on it, on that corrupted rare with the 2 anoints, and the Mythic Orb has a chance of upgrading it back into unique. And the only thing that the Mythic Orb can change that Ezomite rare helm into is an Abyssus, because it can't do a league specific item. That's basically how you cheese making a double anointed Abyssus helm. But yeah, going back to what I was talking about, like I try to keep my POB as realistic as possible, with the exception of that final tree, because I think it's fine to have like a couple items that are somewhat expensive, like the end game staff and stuff. But, you know, I think like a budget of like 150 to 200 divines is very realistic for a lot of players. You know, if you get a good T16 strat going, you can make like 5 to 7 divine an hour, you know? So you basically can save up for some of those items. But once you start having too many big ticket items in your build, you're dealing with people like me that are just like really no-lifing, grinding the game. It's not a guarantee, so that's where the craft becomes expensive. There's a chance the mythic orb will destroy the rare item instead of converting it back into like the abyssus. So essentially, it's like you roll a bunch of those helms with the annoyance, and then you val a bunch of them and pray that you get a few that brick into rares, and then you have to mythic orb, you know, whatever remains, and you're hoping that one of them hits and turns back into an abyssus. It's usually like 30 plus divine on average to make that helm by rolling a bunch of those helms and doing that. It works or it's gone is pretty much how that goes. Alright. Do another Blight. Yeah, well, no, the oils can be somewhat pricey depending on what annoyance you want to do. But yeah, the mythic orbs I believe would be, I'm trying to remember how much they are on the economy. But they're probably the most expensive part. Thanks, Vilco, for the sub. If anyone's interested, Good Game Variant has a tour mapping. I made a few adjustments in PB that focus on AoE movement speed. Oh, can I pause this? I think I can. Yeah, let's take a look at that real quick, because you linked that earlier. About to take a look at it. Thanks, Hen, for the follow. Swapping my window capture back to... whatever reason it doesn't see. Give me a second here. Yeah. Yeah, Tainted Mythic. You'd be using the Tainted Mythic orb. Basically boots. And then some AoE gloves. Drop the Abyssus. Yeah. Yeah, it looks pretty good. A lot of movement speed. Like close to 200% is pretty stellar. You would be zooming. I almost want to say if you're thinking about mapping, I'm wondering if taking these 4 points here would be better. We drop a point somewhere else, because then if you've killed, because you're mapping, right, you'll always have been killed recently. Well, it's not calculating increase in other way, Hector, exclamation then POB. That's funny. POB is not calculating the increased area of effect if you've killed recently when you have. Yeah, it's a pretty good idea. Yeah. That's why I was looking at these right here. Fortunately, this doesn't do anything for us. Yeah, I'm gonna save this POB, and I'm gonna incorporate it, I think, into the overall. Save this as 3.7 speed Cyclone. I'll add that to the main setup. I'll go over this in detail, but it looks pretty good. Yeah. Couple gear swaps, and got a pure mapper version. I'm just trying to figure out the fizz. The only thing that really is bugging me is how low your fizz hit mitigation is right now. I'm trying to understand why it's 15 when you're not using Abyssus. I almost feel like because you're going evasion boots. That's what it is. Yeah, the armor is really low. Their flash setup. trying to think, like, are these flasks different than what I have in mine? I feel like I'm using armor flasks. I can't remember. I'm almost certain I'm using armor flasks. Yeah, I'm using a granite flask. That probably has an armor roll on it. Gotcha. What does your resistances look like without all of these? Yeah. Just trying to think. Well, the way I'm looking at, I think the fizz hit could be a problem with some mods, right? Like, this is just T16s though, you know. But the thing is this is like the way I'm looking at this is way overkill for T16s. This to me would be like a good mapping build for like T17s and T16.5s. And so I'm just thinking about like the fizz mitigation a little bit, mostly because you're choosing not to run an Abyssus. I feel like if your max hit is that low, you might as well just run an Abyssus. But I'm trying to see. I would play around with the flask to try to get your max fizz hit up a little bit more while keeping the resistance capped. Because then you could easily take this into like 16.5s that are juiced, and it would do really well in T16s. Obviously, this is overkill, but it could also do like really well in juiced T16.5s. And or T17s. Yeah, well, we'd have to fix the flasks on it for that. Alright, let's go ahead and do this blighted map. It looked pretty good. The only thing, I think on T16s you'd be fine, but I think occasionally you might get one shot by something just because the fizz hit. Because it depends on like how juiced you're running your T16s. But you're doing so much damage anyways that you're just going to roll over anything that like comes across you. So I don't think it really matters. To be completely fair. Look at this death trap I can set up right here. Holy moly.
The blight is trying to spread. It's put out new mycelium. New roots. It's put out new mycelium. New roots.
What's my favorite moneymaker in trade? It depends. I enjoyed Ritual a lot in 3.26. Expedition I think is pretty good the first couple days with rod crafting. I really want to try Blight out. I've been leaning heavily towards Blight for doing some league farm. Yeah, I enjoy Blade. It's pretty chill.
Exile.
One thing to mention was that POB had Val Molten Shell disabled, which enabled which is still a little low. See what I can do. Yeah, I'm almost certain I keep Val Molten Shell disabled because that's something you press. And then I typically leave Molten Shell enabled on my POBs because it's gonna do it by default. It doesn't rely on the player. Like someone left a snarky comment on my video. They were like, "Oh, you should turn off banner because it's misleading." And I'm like, "Is it though? You're gonna drop banner on boss. If you have the ability, you're gonna use the ability. So like, we're looking at DPS on a boss, right? I'm not gonna enable frenzy charges on my POBs because I don't have a guaranteed way to keep those up on single target. But I'm gonna have banner enabled because you're gonna 100% stack your banner, and then when you get to a map boss, you're going to drop it when you go to fight it and kill it. Or, you know, when you're doing a boss, you're going to stack it up and drop it. So, I don't know. Not as bad as setting up a heist board. Talk about taking another look at league mechanics. The betrayal board, yeah. And they did a betrayal revamp, and I still find setting up the board tedious. Although it's way better now than what it was. Yeah, I know. Sometimes it like makes sense. Like I said, I'm not gonna enable frenzy charges on my POB, even though you're gonna have frenzy charges when you're mapping using my build. I don't enable it in the POB because there's no way for you to generate frenzy charges on single targets. So I'm like, well, that's misleading. But I keep banner enabled because yeah, you're gonna have banner when you're bossing. You're gonna have it several times actually. To me, that's no different than someone saying, oh, I'm not going to calculate all my defensive abilities that I would use on CD. You know, like when the boss goes to do like Shaper Slam, you pop Arctic or Armor or some shit. Like, it's like I'm going to disable, I'm not going to calculate any of that to see what kind of max hit I'm going to take. It's like, no, you do that so you know if I press this button, when something happens, it actually increases my EHP. Oh, you want the wide-brimmed witch hat? Yeah. Wide-brimmed witch hat.
Orb of Scour, Orb of Alchemy.
I don't think I have the wide-brimmed witch hat. Nope. Ah, it's new. Gotcha.
Orb of Scouring. Chaos Orb.
I was gonna say, I don't think I have that.
Fracture, just a useless piece of shit. Cha-ching! Orb of Alchemy. Orb of Alchemy. Cha-ching! Orb of Alchemy. Orb of Alchemy. Fractured item.
Yeah, it's like a witch's hat. It's like got a mage vibe to it. Honestly, I'd rather have a 1 to 50 section that is basically empty, that one that has items that you don't even see till Q50 maps. Halloween 2025. I think my ship might be here. We can go check town real quick. Oh, it's still coming. Oh, I gotta rescue it. I think I saw this message earlier and I completely spaced and forgot about it. GG.
You should have paid the ransom.
Should have paid the
Be
ransom.
crushed.
Should have paid the ransom.
Sink.
Look, I'm not feeling well. Every like mistake, bad thing I do tonight, I'm basically blaming on the fact that I don't feel well right now, which is true. I'm actually gonna have to step away again in a minute.
Be washed away. Face the wrath of the sea.
Yeah, I probably should go lie down, to be honest. But it's not too bad.
Run you through.
Yeah, it is like almost 8 o'clock right now. I might actually call it after this boss. Kind of crazy. I've been streaming almost 6 hours. Time flies.
Sink. Be washed away.
Who would have imagined Napper like
Face
snaps?
the wrath of the sea. run you through! Ah! Give me an admiral's area.
Those are interesting. +3 to the level of all melee skill gems. How are you? I came to your stream just now. How is Cyclone in your opinion for league start? I think it's pretty good. I think Cyclone's pretty good as a league start ability. Yeah. They're interesting. Yeah, I think that's going to do it for tonight, guys. Tomorrow, I probably won't be streaming. If I do, it won't be for long because I'm going to be at work pretty late tomorrow. Going in late, leaving late. But I do plan on streaming Wednesday and Thursday. Wednesday will probably be like more of this character. And then I think Thursday might be... Thursday will be like a light stream. It'll be like going over the POB, talking about plans for Friday, maybe taking questions from you guys. It'll be kind of like a chill stream. I typically don't even stream the Thursday before League, but I'll probably hop on just to see how everyone's doing and answer any questions. But yeah, I'm going to take some more medicine, and I think I'm going to go lay down for a bit. But, yeah, and then I got to work on a leveling filter too. That's on my to-do list. We did a lot today. We cleaned up the POB. I'm going to incorporate... I'm going to take a look at that. I'm going to take a look at that Cyclone E16 mapping version that isn't Tumult, and maybe roll that into the main POB, and then yeah, I gotta come up with a leveling filter. Yeah, Thursday's stream will probably be more like just talking about what's gonna be going on Friday. Yeah, I'm trying to rest up before the big launch. So yeah, thanks everybody for stopping by. Thanks for all the subs and follows, and I'm glad you guys are enjoying the build. And I'll see you later.